It's code. Okay, I'm back to normal. It's code. So, anyway, Jannertto is a bit busy and will show up, when it can, which will be any moment. Right, which way? Okay, it's like that. Okay. I should take a shower before I showed. Okay, what do you mean? You wanted that extra point before you left. That's understandable. I'm going to see if I can... I'm going to make it so the cube have markings on it. So that I can determine which way is which way. Something like that. Basically going to color the sides with a certain symbol, with a certain color, meant to say, and then it's going to be marked with plus or minus depending on if it's the positive or negative direction. As oops, let me do that. So that should be positive and negative. Okay, let's fix 2. So this one should be negative and the other one should be okay. No problem. Okay, this one doesn't center as I need it to. There we go. And also notice that this button is actually not correct. Huh. It's like slightly off for some reason. Well, that's an easy fix. Looks like someone messaged me on Discord. I wonder if it's Remy. No, what do you mean? I wonder if it's Jannertto. Remy is in my brain. I guess it was Jannertto. We still haven't said anything about being back so far, so I'll just wait a few more moments. I mean, I'm still working. It's not like I'm waiting because I don't need to. Okay, so let's see. This should be the positive side. Okay. So if I just move this up here and flip it around. Okay, fix this. There. Well, I actually don't know which direction the minus sign should be. Plus sign is fully symmetrical. The minus sign is not fully symmetrical. I mean, the minus sign is vertical and horizontal and 180 degree symmetrical, but the plus sign is only but plus sign is all that, but also 90 degrees symmetrical, which is nice. But yeah, looks like our Jannertto is chatting in the chat. Chat. Is Jannertto ready? Looks like Jannertto is ready. Let's invite Jannertto. Let's put Jannertto on screen as well.
Hello.
Hello. Who are you?
Nobody.
Okay, we got nobody here.
Okay.
It's... This one up, and I didn't even touch that one. Hey, Pun just wanted to jump in real quick to say I think you gave me VIP by mistake. I have the diamond. Hello, Kelpie Horror. Do exclamation point VIP and you'll see.
Yeah, Pun has a whole system for that.
Yeah. It's fully automatic. Top 30 most active users gets VIP automatically. There we go. You're 19th place out of 30 people over 30 VIP slots. It's because you've been active here. Good morning and good night, I'm dead. But Todd, you need the points. Because you need to get second place. Okay. If I save that and then scale it down and save it.
So, what you working on?
Hopefully I made this correctly. Because I'm marking on the texture which side is which axis and if it's a positive or negative direction. So I can show. Let's assign the code. So if I start this. Okay, just wanted to make sure Stego told me streamer only gets so much VIPs, so wanted to make sure it was okay. I mean, yeah, it's a full automatic system, so if you're not here much, then you will automatically lose it, but you can automatically gain it back. We can see that something is immediately incorrect on this one. Plus and minus are wrong way around. Technically it doesn't matter, but you know, it is nice to have it. Wait, how does... Okay, no, I guess it makes sense.
I guess it makes sense.
Yes, I guess it makes sense.
Kind of funny sentence.
In what way?
I don't know. It kind of implies that it doesn't make sense, but supposedly it does.
I forgot what I said, so...
I suppose it makes sense.
Okay, I suppose it makes sense.
Suppose.
Okay. I have corrected the issue. I will now export the texture again and import it back into the game. It's kind of weird that... No, I guess... Yeah. It's just the one I'm looking at, the orb. Oh no, yeah, that makes... Okay, actually, it does make sense. This is the...
Looking at the orb.
That is the front side I'm looking... Wait, doesn't that mean that the orb is completely mirrored? I don't like that though. Because then all the texturing will be mirrored. And that will be awkward.
if it's mirrored, how would it make the red and yellow texturing not mirrored?
Well, I
Was
mean,
it
that would be
mirrored?
mirrored too. It's symmetrical, so.
I guess it doesn't mirror in.
It's hard to mirror a symmetrical design. Yeah.
Now I was just wondering, because it's asymmetrical, then wouldn't mirroring it cause it to become symmetrical?
Well, I don't know where the. Well, no. No, it mirrors the whole texture. No, it mirrors the whole ball.
So yes, so the whole ball is a mirror image of itself. Okay.
Because this is the plus side. Okay, so if I'm looking at this way, because if I were to load the texture in Blender somehow, here, and then I have to put Blender on screen too, I guess. This is the struggles with Unity. Huh, that was interesting because I don't feel like a texture is that way. Very hard to see. But yeah, so now I put all the, so the plus is in a positive direction of Y, that plus is in positive direction of X, and this plus, which is very hard to see, is positive direction of Z. The other side has minus, but this minus is completely rotated. That is not the case on the texture here. Well, I guess now that makes sense actually, because this is the back side of the board. This is front. Okay, so so when I look at it in Blender, I'm actually seeing like this side, which has a minus there, plus there. Okay, so it is not mirror. Okay, good. Good. Everything is good.
Everything?
Well, do you want it not to be everything be good?
I mean, that's a very complex question, to be honest.
I ask the most complex questions.
Well, here's the thing. If everything is good, then what's the sort of point
I like it when it's
of
good.
really doing anything? I don't know. Or would that be implicated in the good, that it would be just a load of good enough that we still have reasons to actually do things?
I guess.
Guess then it's a question of what's your definition?
I guess. Okay, so this works. Is the point. But the thing is, I want the ball to be able to change which orientation it has. Which I have a function here, so I could just... It's behind Pon. No, it's not behind Pon. I have one which is just called orientation, which is just the ball's current orientation. I also have one that I called switch to orientation. So what basically does currently, this will not be part of the final game. It has on every frame, on every update, it checks if the switch to orientation has switched value or no longer matching orientation. If it no longer matches, it runs the change orientation function. I wish I could just run this change orientation function immediately, but I couldn't find a way to make a function appear here where I could insert
run function immediately.
Yeah, so I could have a function in this list where I can just set a value and just execute the function. So what I did instead was basically creating an if statement that if this value mismatches this value, then it will run the function, which will set the other value correct. And
the closest thing you can do is make a button and make a public method that you then run with the button, but
too complicated.
No, it's not complicated. It's simple as all hell.
Too complicated.
Then you really should try it out.
Too much to do. If I can just
It really is not.
If I can just put serialized field on a thing, it probably isn't a lot to do. But whatever, it doesn't matter. I got this now. Maybe I should try it out. Who knows?
So Unity has this neat feature where you can just take a game object, select its component, and then draw public methods or functions from that component with a button.
Okay.
So it's essentially as simple as you make a button, you select the right game object.
But then I have to make a button.
Yes, you sometimes do need to make buttons.
Okay, and how would I make a button?
You go to the hierarchy,
yeah, and then I have to mess around with that, and I don't want to do that, okay. No, so I'm going to use the method I want to use.
Well, your method is arguably smarter in any case.
I just want to create a button here. I just want to put like this to serialized field on a function, and then the function shows up here. They should implement that.
I mean, the closest thing you could do is make a serialized boolean that runs whatever it is connected to in the code whenever you click it on, and then it turns itself off.
Yeah. But in this case, I need to insert a value. So in this case, I just insert a value here, and whenever it mismatches the other one, it just runs the function, which will make them match again.
Yeah. And that is arguably the smartest way, which is kind of the reason why I don't understand this whole thing you're going on about.
I'm just saying that it would be nice to add serialized fields in front of a function, and then the function would show up in the list.
Yeah, but I think it also sounds kind of unnecessary.
No, it's not unnecessary. It just saves so much effort.
Kinda doesn't.
What?
Also,
it's just one bit of text and then you're done. You don't have to mess around with creating new variables and if statements and stuff.
Making a one test button for your whole testing season.
No, I mean, adding serialized field in front of a function is the most simple thing you could do. And I'm just saying that they should implement it.
Yeah, but it doesn't really... Well, I don't say that... I don't know if this is true.
Okay.
Good way to start. But what I understand serialized fields are, it doesn't make sense for methods.
I mean, it could call it something else.
I don't disagree. Actually,
you can add
I think there is something like that, but I don't remember how to do it, or if it's a default function of Unity editor.
I wonder if I can type like...
You can edit the Unity editor in many fancy ways, and I do not know any of them, practically. Well, actually... Uh, hmm.
I mean, yeah, there's like Unity events and stuff you can do. But yeah, so switching between orientation 0 and 1. Just keep it in the same location with the same orientation, which is what I want. So does that work if I mess up the rotation? Like that. This is an interesting rotation. If I switch between 1 and 0, yeah, it is perfectly still. Good. Of course, when it runs the switch,
feeling that you're gonna soon say that I don't want it to happen this way, but I am testing something that might be what you're looking for.
It doesn't matter. I'm getting it to work anyway. So.
I guess I'm at least learning something new.
Okay, so I can see that from when I switch orientation 2, it just rotated 180 degrees. I don't want it to do that. Which is interesting because I want to have minus 90. Show how it rotates 180 degrees. Old orientation, new orientation. No, of course it does. This one should be positive. Then that means that that one should likely be negative. I think I just flipped those. Mix those two up and now it should work. Hopefully it should work between 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, because I want... Because so when I change orientation, it rotates the whole player. But because the ball is offset by like a quarter unit, that means that when it rotates, it does shift the ball position, but then I counter move it. Could I just put the player at the ball position? Yes. Too late now because I got body.
So apparently what you can do to test methods is that you write something like that with the method name in the quotation marks. And after that, if you right click the your class in the inspector as a part of some game object, there will then be at the very bottom the method you want to call. I don't know if it takes direct inputs.
Yeah, that is an option. I cannot, as far as I could understand, it just runs it without any inputs. Which isn't too it doesn't cause too much of an issue because I can just have it run a different function which determines which value it should have. But again, Yeah. Too much effort.
Or for testing purposes, you could just have it run a Unity event where you can have the Unity event serialized and then
Okay, now
put the
it's
input values there.
now it's correct. Perfect. So regardless of which... Oh? It switched. If it goes between 1 and 2, it shifts. That's between 3 and 4, it shifts too. We go between 0, 1, 0 and 2, 0 and 3, 0 and 4, it does not shift. Between 1 and 3 does not shift. Between 2 and 4 does not shift. But if I go between 1 and 4, 1 and 2, 2 and 3 only shifts when I go backwards. Okay, they only shift when I go... 1 shifts when I go forward to 2, 3 shifts when I go backward to 2, but not the other way around. It shifts going from 4 to 3, but not 3, 4. It shifts when it goes 3 to 4, but not 4 to 3. This is interesting. It only happens on some of them, but not all of them. Strange. And I haven't even tested 5 because that one is a bit scary. Okay, 5 actually works. Another works in all the orientations. That is strange, specifically when going in between specific ones that it starts messing up the rotation. I could add exceptions for those, or I could figure out what is actually going on here. Because it's only, for all the numbers you can go between, it's only 3 out of all the combinations that I was able to test that actually messes up. 0 can go to all numbers. Once, should I write this down? 1 to 2 messes up. 1 to 4 messes up. Fine, it's fine. Okay. Two is fine. It's 3 to 2 that messes up. And the N 3 to 4. Oh, yeah. Okay, for all the combinations, which are all 6 orientations, can go to the all 5th others because its direction does matter. That's 30 combinations, and only 4 out of them are incorrect in one direction. Specifically go for 1 or 3, going towards 2 or 4. Very specific.
So what is all this for?
The orientation determines which direction is down or up.
No, like in general, what is it for? What does it do? Why does it do? Maybe is a better question.
Well, orientation determines which way is down.
Okay.
So when the orientation changes, it rotates the player so that players down is according to which way down should be, because all of the functions that I run, this is a very long explanation but whatever, are local dependent, so I don't have to mess around with that. Well, I kind of are, but whatever.
And why is player down changing?
Because you can change which way is down.
Okay.
Hello, Tark. Super cute Pon streak. Ooh, building up your Pon streak. A 3-stream streak means they have a Pon. But when the player rotates, the ball shouldn't rotate or shift in position. So the position shifting I have corrected and it's always working. But it is the rotation that is messing up. Specifically 4 out of the 30 ways it can rotate.
I feel like I kind of need to quote you. I don't know. I don't remember the quotation though. But I feel like your simple project is not very simple.
Yeah, but it's I'm almost have made it done. So this is almost working. I managed to achieve more in this project than in any of the other ones I've done so far.
Good job.
Thank you. So soon. I just need to fix it going down over an edge and going up. And when I've done those two, you can, well, you still can't jump, but you can basically navigate a lot of the levels so far, which is good. And that's pretty cool. And then I have to implement jumping. And falling and stuff like that, but yeah. So I said I have 2 options here. One, I can add exceptions for these 4 specific orientation changes. Or I could actually figure out what the issue is. No, not simply. This is yeah. Because I don't know what's
What did you say?
well, I said either I figure out what exact function, how the function should exactly be for it to work in all the orientation changes, or I add an exception specifically for these 4 so that it will actually do those 4 correctly despite the function being wrong. Does that make sense? So either I fix the bug or I add a patch to it so the bug still happens, but it bypasses the bug and do the patching instead for those reasons.
Those 2 be your options, I suppose.
Well, yeah, that is bug fixing in games, by the way. You can actually try to figure out what the issue is, or you just add a patch on top of it that bypasses the bug. Or there's a third option actually. You can let the bug happen and then you have error correction. In my case, I wouldn't be able to do that though, because I wouldn't know because there's no after it's wrong, it doesn't end up in an error state, so therefore there's nothing to do about that.
Yep. And then there's the case where the error happens and the error backcode is so shit that the user cannot get anything out of it.
So one example is Call of Duty. I think it was Modern Warfare 2, where when you play the multiplayer games, you could get a reward to get a airdrop. So therefore you choose this reward. Therefore the character will now hold, because you can hold a weapon. You can hold an item. You can choose which item you want to hold. So you can choose to hold the reward because you throw it on the ground where the airdrop will land. But they somehow messed this up. So when you jumped over something, which is a specific animation when you climbing over something, and the player was holding this reward item again, it lost the link to your reward, because you can have multiple of the same reward, so it needs to be linked to one of your rewards, but it lost the link to it. So when you throw this item, you get the reward without using your reward. So then you can throw another one.
I see.
So they patched that. They didn't fix the issue. They patched it by making it so that when you jump over something, it forces your character to switch back to your weapon.
This is a very janky approach.
Yeah. It fixes it bypasses the bug, but now it has kind of a weird behavior because no water item is switching out in those situations. So
I'm just very much so wondering, they have control over the whole character setup.
It's probably some spaghetti code.
Probably, yeah, but still, couldn't they make a new inventory slot for them, or...
I don't know. It's primarily a single-player game,
I'm just confused.
So the multiplayer mode is kind of like an add-on, so all those rewards aren't really part of the game, I guess. The rewards are kind of patched onto it, I guess.
The funny thing is that for quite a while, Call of Duty has mostly just been the multiplayer.
Well, yeah, this is an older game.
I think it was still a thing back then too, only that
the multiplayer has been a thing for a while, but
campaigns weren't as shit back then, for what I hear.
The first Modern Warfare 2, which was 2010-ish.
I'm pretty sure even back then the multiplayer was kind of
2009.
a main feature.
You still had to I don't know if multiplayer was the main feature. Depends on what you consider main feature.
The one that they try to actually get people to mainly play.
Considering when you start the game, it starts in a single play mode, and then you have to switch over to multiplayer mode, which it has to go into that mode. Have to reload the game because it's completely separate, or something like that. But you can, in the settings of the game, make it so it boots into multiplayer mode immediately, but it will be single play by default.
The sort of thing is that people play the campaign once or maybe twice. And then how many hours do they have in the multiplayer? Billions? Well, not
of course.
Billions, but thousands.
Huge difference between 1,000 and 1 billion. Anyway, I could ignore. No, I can't ignore. It needs to be. What other self and world? Oh. The local coordinate system for the game mode relative to its parent, including orientation. If I don't input any of them, okay. If I put self. It's probably going to break a lot. I'm a fairy. Thank you, Roxy's.
Gasp, a cute fairy.
A good fairy. I'm a cute fairy. I should make a game with a fairy. Well, I do want to make a game with fairies in one day.
Was that a question?
It still works, even if I put it self. But will it break if I shift it over a bit? Yep, now it breaks. Okay, so yeah, I cannot use self. It is interesting that it says the local coordinate system of a game object relative to its parent. Well, I guess it is relative to its parent too. But why can't I have space parent? Where is its world or parent? World coordinate space relative to the origin point of the x, y, z axis of the scene. Yeah. So why can't I? So I can have local of the mesh itself, which includes the rotation of its parent, and I can use world space ignoring itself, its own and its parent's orientation. But why can't I just use the parent's orientation? Ignores its own, but it does take into consideration its parent's orientation. I sure zero lewd game maker nostalgia making cooler world. Oh, someone is seeing some. Thank you for following Kaz Makes Games. We got some game developers here. Yes, I'm trying to make a game here. See, you can. I'll not move. Why can't I move? It doesn't recognize any of my inputs for some reason. Oh, that's weird. Let's try that again. Let's restart it. No problem. I also saw the world when I saw that one. There we go. Yeah. You can also reverse. I added the reverse option. Because, I mean, why not? Why wouldn't you be allowed to reverse? I don't want to. Yeah, I'm going to have a control. So if you like, I don't want to reverse to be an option. Yeah, then you go into settings and just clear off all the reverse buttons. And now you can only reverse if you don't want it. Because there are moments where I like move. Oops, now I should be one behind. I think that is. I don't know why the game doesn't contain it. Yay! I'm still working on trying to get around the edge. Yeah, it freaks out. Because I'm still fixing the code. So you can roll up to the edge, but you cannot at this moment go over the edge. That is what I'm trying to fix. Well, I'm currently trying to fix so it rotates correctly as it switches rotation. Because I probably didn't do it in the most efficient way, but I just have to fix that issue and it's all good. Will it cause me future issues? Maybe. I don't think so. Because it's the only thing in the game that rotates. Like with orientation in that such a way. There's nothing else that like rotates in such a way that the ball does. Rotates along with changing which way is down. So yeah, so I only have to fix this and then done. So what happens if I add a vector 3 remap? I'm basically just guessing what to do to. And of course the vector 3 remap is a function I made my own. With my own maths function here. Ooh, beautiful functions. And I was freaking out because I have currently a function that always would reset its orientation to 0. So if I try to switch it, it goes back to 0. But I will remove that part of the code. Okay, so this still works when I change it, if I take the remapping into... Okay, so 1 to 0 to test it, but 1 to 2 is now messing up. 1 to 3 works. 1 to 4 messes up. Oh yeah, so even if I include the okay, now it actually messes up both ways. 2 to 3 messes up, but 2 to 4 is fine. 2 to 5 does some weird stuff. Okay, I think it's 3 to 2 messes up, 0 to 1 is fine, 3 to 4 messes up, 2 to 5 is fine. It is possible that I need to take the old orientation to the new orientation. I'm just testing. There's so many variants I can do this, and it's too much for me to like try to calculate how to actually do this. And yeah, for testing, I just have to go through the numbers. 1, 2, messed up. 3, 4, messed up. 5. One to 2 messes up, and I say 1 to 4 messes up. 1 to 3 is fine. 3 to 2 messes up, but not 2 to 3. You got a weird error. Await on GPU offense command has been issued against a fence that is not completed and will not be created this frame. Regarding GPU to hand, defense should have been created by command. Buffer async command. Check the command buffer async command has been executed. I don't know what you're talking about. 3 to 4 messes up, 3 to 5 is fine. 4 to 3 is fine. Okay, so this... Okay, still has the exact... Okay, so if I use... So if I set the old orientation versus the new orientation, it still has the exact same points where it messes up. As if I didn't do the remapping. Wait a minute. How long? Oh. Oh, changed the wrong value. But if I only take the new orientation into account, but that doesn't make sense. And I tested the old orientation before, right? I did only call it orientation. So I already tested the new orientation then. Since the new orientation was the one that when I just typed orientation. Yeah. Oh, there's 3 minutes up now. 45 minutes up. Oh yeah, that was when I just used orientation. So if I use the old orientation on both. Otherwise, I do not use remap it and only fix these 4 specific orientation changes compared to these 4 out of the 30 possible. It isn't many to fix. I just have to do a special overrides for those. Oh yeah, this is it messes up quite a bit. No, I do not know how to fix this, so I'll do the patching method instead. And pretend that that is exactly how it had to do it, and it has nothing to do with me not figuring out how to actually do this math correctly. Considering just 4 out of 30, I think it's pretty good. So how do I do this best? I could get the rotation offset from the old orientation and get rotation offset from the older. Wait, why does it say that twice? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, I keep changing the wrong ones over and over. Okay, let's change the correct one and see if it works. It works now. Do. Works. Wait, something happened. It almost works. Specifically for 5 to 4 that messes it up. A 5 and 2. Okay, I have reduced the number of issues now. 0 to 1, 0 to 2, 0 to 3. Okay, so all 0 to a number are correct. Oh, so I didn't start. No, wait. We're going to have some ads in like 2 minutes. Okay, so 1 works now properly. But it's specifically 5 towards 2. It's always 5 that is the messy one. Okay, that works fine as well. And it's 5 to 4. Okay, these changes actually improves it. Now instead of 4 out of 30 being wrong, it's only 2 out of 30. Yes, I'm going to have some ad breaks now, so I'm going to fill up with some water. And that's pretty cool, actually. I almost got it to work.
Nice.
And it is the 5 that is messing up, which is the one that is the most annoying to deal with because it's upside down and that causes so many issues. And there might be a very easy fix to it. Because instead of 180 here, I might put 180 here and that might fix it. We'll see. That's it. Ad break, and I guess I'll just leave it on. Yes. I don't know. Maybe I'll switch to the ad screen. Clip screen.
Hello again, Pom Pom.
Hey, yay! Mechanica is back.
Yippee.
Do you know how? Do you realize how you sounded when you said that? Yeah. Are you happy? Oh, it's a piece of a key. It was a piece of a key. Piece key.
Don't make me mad.
Someone keeping a piece of a key would be a key piece. Peacekeeper. There we go. I did it, I think. Okay, we're going to have ads in like a few minutes. Should be enough time for me to finish this level. What? Really? Well, I guess this is practice running. Let's go out of here. Aha. They're doing naughty stuff. They're doing naughty stuff on the screen. Because I've seen someone do like shuffle and that it just switch games suddenly. Which is something I do want to try.
Welcome back, Bon.
Thank you, Jannertto, for welcoming me back. I will try to put this to Z instead of X. That just might switch the issues over to be 5 to 1 and 5 to 3 instead. In that case, I had to basically check if it went from the 1 or 5. Well, if it's yeah, whatever. Okay, 0 to 5 messes up. 1 to 5 messes up. 2 to 5 messes up. So clearly this was not the correct choice. 3 to 5 messes up. 4 to 5 messes up. Yeah, no, that was wrong. Okay. Jannertto, why are you redeeming this one? That's not over just yet. Oh, Jannertto. That's over. There we go. No. How rude. You're bullying me. 2. Happens twice today. Quote, don't look while I'm putting Ponpon's underwear on screen for a short moment. I got 8 on-screen quotes. What are the other 7? Probably about panties too. What did you say, Jannertto?
Less than usual.
He said less than usual?
Yes.
That is an odd thing to just randomly say. Just breaking silence with less than usual.
It was a comment to what you said.
It's yeah, I don't know what less than usual referred to. Oh,
How
then-
often that's redeemed?
yes, I have changed things about it, so
Then again, the stream has only been for an hour, so.
yeah. But I also increased the cooldown and the price for it, so. If I had a nickel for every time someone stole Pompon's dress today, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's strange it only happened twice. Yeah, it should happen more often, shouldn't it?
That's a quotable thing to say. Maybe.
Maybe. Okay, so it's specifically 5 to 2 and 5 to 4 that messes up. How do I do this the best way? Bonk. Because I could do I mean before it does a rotate, it does an if the old orientation is 5 and the new orientation is 2, or the orientation is 4. Therefore, it runs a certain one, and then else it runs the usual one. That is our way to do it. Now I should probably pick the one that should be more likely to happen, so I should inverse this. I don't know how you would inverse this. I guess you could say put everything in parentheses like that. Does that actually work? Debug log true or upper, let's call it downer. Did you know that in Ugandan English they don't say upper and lower, they say upper and downer? Fun is full of weird things. So would therefore the correct phrase in Ugandan English be downer case?
Well, it seems that you have a severe case of downer there.
So if we go from okay, first off, this one should say upper, and then if I switch it to 1, it should say upper, and then when I switch it to 2, it should say downer. It doesn't work. Good. Look at my beautiful code here, my if statement. If it is not that the old orientation is equals 5 and the new orientation is equals 2 or 4, then it runs the usual one. Otherwise it runs the special one. And how should it run the special one is now the question. In what way does it mess up? I think it's just the y-axis being like rotated 180 degrees. Okay, let's see now. I set it to 5, so screenshot this just so I can compare it to screenshots. And then I set it to 2, but it switches so fast. Yeah, it rotates 180 degrees based on the x-axis. Which is the case for 5 to 4 as well. So I guess I'll just Or it does 180 degrees on x-axis here. But I just not, because it goes from 5 and it does have the 180 here, and I don't want the 180 to happen. Should just ignore the old orientation and just use the new orientation. Maybe that's it. Maybe that will fix it. Don't like the bodging like this, but really it's the only thing I can think of to fix this issue. Unless it is specifically the remapping being wrong. Because the remapping does minus x here. It does work on the other ones and minus y here. But don't... Minus y... No, I think I tested this and this is the correct way of doing it. But boo. That clip does play sometimes, I hope. Five, 1 works as usual. 5, 2, no. 5, 2 still strangely still messes up. That is weird. Did I change the code? Huh? I did. That's strange. Okay. Let's just do new vector 3. 180, 0, 0. Let's just do that. The only boo code as well. I have never booed anyone before. This is the height of my comedy. Okay, now it works.
I guess you're just too good bunny to boo anyone, huh?
I messed up its position, but yeah, it works now. I know. Weird bodge here. I really should add comments to my code. Keep saying it, but I never did.
Maybe.
Rotates the player according to the new down direction. Shifts the player so that the ball stays in a fixed position. And here is rotate the ball of the ball mesh so that it stays unrotated when the orientation changes. A special case for 5 to 2 and 5 to 4, since those do not rotate it correctly otherwise. There you go, some comments. In case someone said like, what is this? No, that's fine. So, with that done, I do not need of this thing that I can change the orientation with anymore. Chandelier. Oh yeah, because you've heard the version I do not dare listening to, by the way. Too bad we don't get a lot to go. We need the Toad cover, not the Toad cover. Okay, so now... So yeah, if... It was kind of hard to see because it moves so fast. Kind of weird that it kind of gets shifted a bit. So something is still kind of wonky. It does shift the ball. Despite me fixing everything, it still doesn't work properly. I fixed everything and it's still broken. Is Todd here? He needs to know that we need a Todd cover. Okay.
One might almost argue that if you have fixed everything and it still doesn't work, you haven't fixed everything.
Thank you, Jannertto, for stating making such a brave comment. So now
You're welcome.
Now the ball is moving very slowly, and as soon as it reaches down, boop. Why does it do that? Because I sort of fixed it. So slowly. It moves a tenth of the speed. It does do the rotation correctly. Now, because it's over the hole, like it's not over a block, if you can't move the ball anymore. Run away. Your second favorite song. No, but it's because Chandelier, sung by Toad, is your first favorite song. This is strange. I might need to do the trick where I need to update the physics before I run the... That might be the first step to do in the orientation. So if I move it here and switch orientation, because what it does is switch from 0 to 2. That's all it does, from 0 to 2. And when I do it here, it works perfectly fine. This is just runs the code. It switches from 0 to 2. But it must be because there's some kind of physics of sync issue. So let's open old code, which is in the scripts folder. And it should be in vehicle controls, not the meta file, the C# file. Because I have here in the update position, physics syncs transforms. So if I do in the change orientation, if I do the very first thing down here is physics sync transforms, which is a function. I might fix it. The magical function that fixes a lot of my issues with the physics engine. I don't know, it will fix it, but it's a guess. The saxophone song. Nope, it did not fix it.
Figured.
what is the issue then? Because it does work, but except for when I want it to work.
What is it supposed to do? It's supposed to flip onto the other side, or...
I'm changing orientation, which is have the ball stay in position, and it should take the rotation and correct the rotation as well. But when I roll up to the edge, which should so basically it will roll up to the edge. At the edge, I have the orientation change, and then I will continue rolling onto the new sides. I haven't fixed that yet because currently I'm trying to fix this switching orientation issue. It does keep the ball in the correct position. It does switch to the correct orientation, but the rotation messes up specifically when it reaches the edge. But if I just change the rotation running the exact same function anywhere else, it seems to work fine. But yeah, but when it rolls here, now it's like, how did it even get this rotation? This doesn't make no sense at all. What kind of weird rotation is this? Where did it get these numbers from?
So the ball's itself rotation.
Yeah, the ball's rotation is... like the player's rotation is 90. So now down is... as best as I can show on this beautiful. Down is down as normal until it reaches this point, because then it changes orientation. So down is, well, according to this surface is down direction. That's why the green arrow points in upwards now. It's rightwards now, I might say. So
how do you rotate the ball in the first place?
you mean my function for rotating the ball?
Yeah, like what way have you chosen to do it?
I'm rotating the mesh inside the player, which is using the transform rotate function, which takes the path moved in 3D space, which basically takes the current position minus the old position and multiply it by the speed it should be rotating at. So it's a vector 3 times a float, which works perfectly fine. So the rotation works fine, the orientation shifting works fine, but it's specifically in this function when it reaches the edge. To be fair, it does change the orientation.
Does the partial, or did it go bit downwards on the edge? Like
It
did it partially go over the edge?
It doesn't go, it just moves straight up to the edge.
Okay.
It is on a forward motion. It is possible because it doesn't, what it does is that it changes the orientation. So on the very final update, when it gets close enough, I have a small margin of error here, where it does that. It shifts it to be exactly on top of its destination position. So it sets the position to that, so I don't have any potential floating point errors here. And then it runs the change orientation, which is a fixed orientation change to currently, but I will actually make it so it switches to the correct one for where it's going. And then it changes the state to being standstill, which, well, when it actually works properly, it shouldn't do that, but this is just for testing purpose. But it does, but on the very final, so basically it moves towards position. It's not close enough to jump to the final position, and then it figures out the positions it should move and then rotates the orb. But on the very final step, which when you're just rolling on a surface, which is fine. When it reaches the point it should be at, it just jumped this final tiny bit, which is really, really small. It should probably not like be noticeable. Well, distance doesn't always get positive number though. Is there one that also gives negative numbers? That doesn't make any sense. Can only give positive numbers. But if it moves past it, that would be a lerp. But anyway, so maybe I just, well, I still need something that checks if it's at its final destination anyway. So let's, for the sake of argument, say that if this is 0, sake of argument, the sake for testing. Plenty, because when it reaches the edge, because it does the orientation shifts before it does the final rotation update. That could be what's messing it up. But it's still going to do it though, so this isn't really fixing the issue. Whoa. Still messed it up. I wasn't prepared. I was looking at the wrong screen. Because the camera should smoothly transition, but that's the next thing to fix. No, it still does the exact same thing. Okay. I did the physics update thingy here. What if I had another one at the end of it? And if that fixes it, then I can see if I can remove the first one. Or I keep those. Hello, yellow pepper. Welcome, you got a coconut. Just get a point and don't let Todd get close to you. No, it still messes it up. I don't know why the rotation just gets so weird. Makes no sense. I'm confused. And Jannertto is here.
Hello.
I'm so confused. Why doesn't this work? A bit of repeated code here. I could probably do something about that, but because if yeah, now I'm confused. Why is everyone something crazy and like play state change orientation to type this to this is just a debugging one. And then I heard at the bottom here, if because I can't use this, but this is player state is player state change return to 2, and if it is it orientation, but anyway, it runs change orientation. Let's see. Because it could be something about the ball not having reached it's changed its orientation before it reaches the final destination or something. Yeah, it has something to do with this. Now it rotates perfectly fine. So it has something to do with that. So now it's correct. Okay, so I could... No, yeah, I should still be able to do that. Okay, I would do it in this case. Okay, let's get rid of this silly play state. Change the play state back to standstill. So when it reaches this, it still needs to run this. So what I could do is push this here, then change it. Look at my password cannot be declared in the scope because the name is used in a But that duplicates this though. But I should make this a function. Okay, let's make this a function. What should I call it? What should I call the function? I'm dying as I'm trying to speak.
No dying.
Not dying?
No dying.
Are you saying I'm not allowed to die?
Yes.
Darn it. So I get to get you. Okay.
How can I do this to you?
Okay, I know. Oh, sure. That was the mess up the ball function. Everyone needs to mess up the ball function. Yeah, the ball was all messed up. Okay, public void rotate mesh orb. I don't know. I did specifically that one. I mean, I could make it more global, but like, do I need to? Doesn't have anything else this thing needs to rotate. And then it's just this thing here. And then it needs the old position. Okay, well, let's do old position, a new position, which about now vector 3. Now this is the new position. This becomes the path that is moved, but I can just put it in here. I don't need to like do that. I just do int input orientation. Just, I don't know. I guess that doesn't hurt. Therefore, I can now go up here, rotate it, and then I do old position, transform position, which is new position. Transform position does change, right? I mean, yeah, obviously does. And orientation. And then I can just change. That's not what I wanted to do. Then I can just change all of these with. I wish my old function had a color. Let's see now. Call it that. Mess up the ball function. I should call it mess up the ball.
I never have good looks.
Well, that is the function of address to flash your pants. Why else would you wear address? No. So is address a function related to a ball function? No, they're very different. But a ball could wear a dress. Although if the ball turns upside down, because you can't really put the dress like through anything. Like there's no armholes that you could pull arms through. So you wouldn't basically just have to place the dress on top of the ball, so it just hangs over the top.
No. Just make a skirt for the ball. That is just a
skirt could
just covers half of the ball.
But anyway, my idea is still here. You put a dress on the ball, which is placed on top of it, so it just hangs down. You can have a cutout on the top if you want, like the head of the ball showing. But then, when the ball rolls upside down, the dress will just fall off. Anyway.
Splendid Bonbon ideas of 2026.
Yep. Put yellow Bonbon called Jannertto or yellow. To everyone. So this... wait, did I do it correctly? Yes, it does that. If it's a location, do this thing. Or else do that thing. I could do it here too, you know, for consistency's sake. But in this case, it doesn't do it. Also, should this one be... how do I move a single line? I guess I can't. There. I want them in a specific order. I mean, that is important in coding sometimes. Not always. Because if you do... if you... Because sometimes it doesn't matter which order you do with them, because they are unrelated to each other, but sometimes it does matter. So, yeah, that works. The camera moves, but yeah, perfect.
Perfect.
Want me to purr for you?
Maybe.
Maybe. So now I just need the ball to continue its trajectory around. This is going to be the tricky part, if I want it to be accurate. Because its rotational point is going to be, well, where it meets here. And then it should like tilt over, and then it can continue moving normal. Obviously, that's a lot of work, so what I could do is just linearly shift it over, but that would make it clip through the thing. So that would look nice. I could have it linearly moved here and then linearly moved there. Is there a way to make it curve?
There is a tool for making curves.
Maybe I can
don't
write my own function here.
I mean, you can, definitely.
Yeah, I love making functions.
Apparently you do.
I mean, yeah. It's better to function too many than too few, I guess.
Yeah, but if someone else has already made the function, there's kinda...
Yeah, it's
a learning experience, if nothing else.
Like how there is a min function and max function, and I couldn't find a min max function, so I created my own until I realized there's a clamp function, which is what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
But anyway, however, you got lerp, and you got the unbound lerp, then you got the inverse lerp, but there is no unbounded inverse lerp, for example.
So there are things called splines that make
I kind of need to figure out these numbers first. So
that allow you to make a curve between two locations.
It is this position, and it needs to deselect it, shift it to this position. So this should be there, and this should be... That's correct. Doesn't seem correct. No, it's probably, yeah, it should be correct. There we go. So I got the X, Y, Z. Where it should, so I have the 2 points, and now I just needed to like curve around those 2 points. You said spline.
I believe so, yes, maybe.
Because okay, let's see what I first have. I have vector 3 move towards, and I have the current position, and then I have the target I want to move it towards and the speed it moves at. So I want kind of like this, but then I want vector 3. There's no spline.
So spline is its own separate package in Unity.
Yeah. Oh no,
and it allows
package.
you to make
spleen
between 2 positions that can have. This is a very similar thing to what vector painting does.
But I don't even think too complex here. I wonder if I should.
It is probably easier to implement than what you're gonna end up doing, but
I feel like I'm getting roasted.
I'm not roasting you. It is a rather good skill to be able to do things that you do.
Okay,
It's not cheap though when it comes to time, but that's up to you.
I'm here to learn, so.
Yeah, you could also try to learn some of the functions that exist, but up to you.
Well, I mean, I don't know. You're not wrong. So basically what I'm looking for is a circle whose position is 2775 0 to 50 0, 0. Okay, I said incorrect numbers here, but whatever. And it should have a radius of 225. Yeah, that's correct. And it finds this position by taking its current position minus circle center is position minus down by amount. And down is of course based on orientation. Wait. No, it's not down. It's forward. Direction forward. There we go. So from that point, I can now find, because I've got all the numbers now, it should create a radius by the same amount it moved forward to. Because it moves forward by X amount, and it's going to move up X amount. This creates the 2 points. It's going starting from the ending point. This also creates this the 2 lines of a triangle, because you have the Pythagorean linear transition between these 2 points. But I of course want a circular effect. So in this point of this triangle, this right angle point, this then, because the 2 lines are the same lengths, I can therefore have a circle of that radius, and then it will curve smoothly from the first point to the second point. That's basically it. And just like I have with vector 3, move towards, I kind of want like have a move in a circular angle. So plug in start. How would I plug in these numbers though? I guess I would say the center point of the circle.
I feel like how I maybe approach it is to input. What was it? Was it interpolate or whatever?
Well, this is interpolate stuff, yeah. Relaxing.
To first interpolate the first half of the travel and then the second half.
Do you mean I would take this circle and make it 2 linear movements?
Not too linear, because you'd interpolate both the x-axis movement and one, like, because you're moving on 2 axes, the forward of
I
the
should
ball
use
and the height of
sinus
the
and
ball.
cosinus.
That or give the interpolation the right.
Did you change to reset your Twitch streaming settings? Wait, what do you mean? Please explain. I do not understand. I will figure something out, I guess.
You always do.
Thank you, I guess. So I have to go over edge state, player state. But this play state will go through 3 steps. Move forward to the edge, curve around the edge, and then move towards the center point of the block. So I'm not sure why I'm starting with this, because going over an edge is more complicated than going up an edge, because going up you just have to move straight towards the wall and then start moving upwards. But I picked the harder of the two. Because that one doesn't care. Quote, but obviously the butt is on the back side. That's kind of what a butt is. You have so many points today, Ponpon, although I guess you always have good points on stream. Why is everyone writing messages that absolutely confuse me? What do you mean by points? Me? Points? What do I get points from? Anyway, you know, what?
I guess they mean the resolutions that people can choose.
Oh, you mean relaxing? What relax? I'm just trying to figure out what Yellow Pepper Soda is talking about. Anyway, yeah, let's read the relaxing's comment. You know, in stream you can change the stream resolution, but you set it as default, so it has no default. No, that is on Twitch.
Twitch decides if you have options.
Yes, Twitch decides if you as a streamer should have the option for downscaling, because when they receive the video to process and send out in full resolution, they also have to process the lower resolutions to have them available, and they don't do that unless you've been streaming for a while. But for some reason that option that option will disappear. For example, if you might have seen that if a streamer is gone for like a few months and then they come back, probably like
Pon.
Yes.
It doesn't let me do it on your channel. It's
I know,
a bit more complicated thing.
I'm getting there. So if a streamer is gone for several months, you will see that on their first stream back, that option is not there, but on their second stream, the option is there again. This is,
or it isn't.
Yeah, I'm getting there. So this is the intended system. They will only have this for people who are regularly streaming. And you can take like a week off or a month off or something. Should be fine. The option should not disappear. But for some reason, there seems to be a bug in the system because this option just randomly disappeared from people, and I don't get it.
I must ask, where do you get the source that that's the intended system?
Well, I can find the source. Well, I cannot say it's intended that the option should disappear if you're gone for 6 months, but it has consistently been gone for everyone. It's been gone for several months.
Yes, but it's also consistently not there for smaller streamers.
Let's find Twitch. They call it transcoding. You should code it to trains. Let's see what Twitch says when this page opens.
So,
when you start a stream, Twitch may transform your broadcast into multiple quality formats so viewers can choose the option that works best for their device and network connection. This quality option are called transcodes. There are multiple ways your viewers can get the quality options on your stream. Twitch creates standard variants on your stream server side or via our servers. I guess there's a difference. Partners receive standard transcodes. Non-broadcast, non-parted channels receive standard transcodes based on availability. So that might be the keyword here.
and I presume this means how much server space they happen to have at that moment, and
Yes.
who happens to be bigger channel streaming at the moment.
Yes, the bigger streamers get priority, smaller streamers gets it if it's available. But it seems to still be consistently gone if a streamer has been gone for a while, so I would make a wild assumption that it kind of like checks your performance over a period of time.
That seems to be likely, yes.
And I could continue reading, but a wild guess is that after the streamer has done their first stream after coming back, that's usually a popular stream, so therefore it gets a lot of attention. Therefore, the average over a course of period is therefore high, and therefore they get prioritized on their second stream. But as you mentioned, it might not always be there on the second stream because the first stream might not have received enough attention, or it might have been too short, or something. So standard transcodes, Twitch creates, yes. Who gets it? Partners always, non-partners when resources are available. Yeah, that's basically it. Whenever resources are available. Standard transcode availability. Standard transcoding requires computational resources on Twitch servers. These resources are limited. Twitch provides standard transcodes as follows. Partners receive transcode on every broadcast, first priority access. Non-partners, affiliates, and all other streamers receive transcodes based on resources available each time they go live. So if I were to stop streaming and start streaming, the option might be there. Standard transcode availability is not influenced by follower count, viewer count, or past enforcement actions. It is determined by server resource availability at the time of stream start. Well, you still have to go on something. Or is it like if you no, I was going to say like, yeah, it's because if you start your stream, it just checks at the time, but
That would be wild.
yeah, I mean, it seems, I guess that's what you're saying. If you're a tiny stream, you can still get it.
I guess.
But,
I sus that as the solution they have decided, but
I don't know.
I guess they are claiming it to be the case.
Yeah, this
I don't
just
necessarily
doesn't
believe them though.
have anything to do with that, but that doesn't seem. Oh. I don't see. Did not click on that. This is a person with 4 viewers at the moment with 62 followers. This person does not have downscaling available. Maybe it's just a lot of people streaming at the moment. But it is when you go live as well. I wish they actually because it seems to be more commonly that small streamers do not have it and bigger streamers have it, but of course not all big streamers can get it because it's based on availability, but small streamers usually don't have it.
Yep.
So,
this is my observation.
Yeah, so it seems to you still have to achieve something before you are even considered eligible for getting it. But anyway, I haven't changed anything on my side, so it will be available next stream, I guess. That was interesting to read.
But yeah, all of these streamers essentially decide is what resolution and whatnot we sent the stream.
You have some dual broadcasting options, so you could like stream at high resolution and low resolution.
To the same service.
Yeah, they said something about that.
Oh. I have not come across this.
Let's see. Enhanced broadcasting, multiple encodes. Your broadcast software sends multiple quality variants. See guide for details. Anyone using compatible broadcast software, see guide for details.
So essentially you bring your own server resources to for the... Yeah.
When you stream on Twitch, we might create different video qualities called transcode from your original stream. For example, if you stream in high quality 1080p, we might also make it available in 720 and 480. This helps viewers with slow internet on older devices watch your stream without buffering. Not all streamers get Twitch provided multiple quality every time. However, with enhanced broadcasting, you can now send multiple video qualities directly from your broadcasting software. This ensures your viewers always have different quality options to choose from, improving their watching experience. Enhanced broadcasting is the technology that enables dual format streaming in case you want to stream in landscape and portrait, which I'm not really sure how. Like, I think you set up a different stream for portrait stream, but how does that work if I'm going to switch scene and stuff? It would be easy if I had like dual scenes for all of them in that case. And for 1440p streaming, I'm not really sure why you need dual encoding for that. So I mean, technically, I mean, it would take more of my internet, but I could do like, because you get like 720, 480, 360, but those aren't really good downscales because 720 is 1.5. That means that 1.5 pixels should be scaled down. So basically 3 pixels should be scaled down to 2 pixels. A 3x3 will be scaled down to about 2x2. And if we do 480, that is 2.25 pixels down to 1 pixel. So what is that? That's 4.5 and a 9. So 9 by 9 should scale down to 4 by 4. So wouldn't it be more efficient to offer 540 instead? Because that is 2 by 2 scales down to 1. Now that will take more of my internet, and it's something I probably shouldn't do, but there is an idea that I will also, in addition, offer 1080p, I offer 540p, which would just be one additional quality settings in the list, which will always be there, even if Twitch doesn't allow me to do any downscaling for me. And it will be 2x2 to 1 pixel. Which I could do, which wouldn't take that much off. Well, 360 is actually a 3x3 down to 1. So, yeah. Quote, thank you for choosing that outfit. Now I'm not wearing underwear anymore. Are you saying point about your programming a lot? I was making a joke about having a point as an idea. Oh, Yellow Pop episode. That is a very complicated pun there, I guess. That was just being silly now. Clever, I'd say. Oh no, I was reading comments. Okay, let me close Blender for now. Okay, so anyway, that was an interesting read, I guess.
Yeah.
Back to, I'm reading the comments after that. So what I need to figure out here is when I am in this place. So I have a play state. I'm just talking out loud, but if Jannertto wants to give me some suggestions, I accept them. So I have a play state, which is an enumerator, which just determines which state the player currently is in, which is just going forward, standing still, going over the edge. So from a point where something happens until the player can now control the ball again, that is going to be one state. Does that make sense?
So there's always going to be one state between the playable state and then the another playable state.
Exactly. So if you press turn left, the ball goes into turning left state, and then it does the whole turning, and you cannot do anything during it until it reaches its turn, and then it goes back to standing still. And similarly forward. Yeah.
You have created a state machine.
Yeah. There are things that actually, because there will be objects that will attack you, and those could hit you during a state where you can't control the ball, and that will kill the ball regardless of the state. It's not like it's going to wait for a state to go and then you die. That would be weird.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right either.
So yes, so it will check for things like that regardless of its state. So here's the thing: when I'm going over the edge, as I said, it goes in 3 phases. Phase 1 go to the edge. Phase 2 tilt over the edge. State 3 move forward again to the center of the cube. So these 3 phases, and this is the whole play state is just go over edge, as I call it. I could make it 3 separate stages, go over edge A, B, C, or something like that. Or I could have a second variable that holds like the phase of a stage, the player phase maybe, which are unique to each state.
From that, I sort of... No, but you still need a separate one for when you're climbing onto another...
Yeah, that one would be a different one.
No, I was thinking that most of the time you're going to the edge of the box first and then either continuing to the center of another one or going over the edge and then center of another one, but then there's the third option of when you're climbing onto the side of another one. Yes, if you are making a state machine, it would make sense for them to be actual separate states.
So I should make it like state ABC.
Yeah, and in a way, if you want to be fancy about these states, I guess you could call it being fancy, you could split the driving straight, so to say, into two states that would be the same as in the turning one. The first and the last phases, where you go onto the edge and then go to the center of the box.
I don't see.
It's very unnecessary at this point.
Yeah, and also it uses the state to even determine what it should do in a given moment. Because as soon as you press forward, that is determined if it's going to go over the edge or going to forward.
As it should. Well,
no, I mean, you could argue that
Yeah,
it should just go forward until it reaches the edge, and then it determines.
then it determines if it keeps going straight to the center of the next box or flips over because there's no box to drive to the center of.
But currently, it does determine that before it starts moving, so that it knows how it should behave.
I feel like you open yourself up to adding more complexity if you give them separate states. Should there somehow at some point the Odabadu be a point where you want to add more complexity to it, or
I don't know
edit the state
I'm not
somehow?
planning on making it more complex than it is. I don't know what I even would add. So I'm just thinking if it would be nice, because if I'm going to add more states, I just basically need more if statements here, which, and if I do make it an else if as I have here, I cannot have the state number 2 being an else if either. Oh, I guess I could still have it, but then it will not process this update but the next update. So a benefit of phases is that I can keep the state self-contained.
Usually state machines have a lot of state with defined movements between them, but yeah.
Does a state machine have substates?
I mean, it can, and they do.
I mean, yeah, there's like nested states and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that will work. I think for my own code readability's sake, I think a nested state would be nice. So let me now read the comments that got interrupted from reading due to the ads. Relaxing says, I think you can choose resolution for viewer. Yes, you can do multiple. You can encode the different resolution yourself and send multiple resolutions to Twitch. But that of course takes more bandwidth, and that will limit me for what I can do, such as when I do the races, where I already do a lot of. I'm sending my own picture to everyone else, and them sending their pictures to me. Yeah. Maybe that is an American thing again. If you are winning an argument or convincing someone of something, we say you have a good point. Now I've heard that, I mean, I mean, we use it in Swedish too. We use the same point in the sense of a score in Swedish. So
Yeah, I don't think they do that in Finland.
now I need to look that up. That is the wrong word. Well, it's the correct word, but I wasn't looking up for a phrase. So if I go to the meaning of... Oh no. Why is the definitions and the translations separate? Opinion, which adds to the discussion. Finnish is näkökohta. Näkökohta. Or pointti.
Näkökohta.
That is more of an aspect. So, like a vision.
I don't know. I wouldn't use that word for opinion.
Vision
It'd be more
part.
mielipide.
No, it's not about opinion. It's about having a point. Does that make sense?
I'm trying to go to my Finnish site and try to
Looking your
converse
Finnish
what the fuck
brain.
would I do in this situation.
So if I use this machine translator here, type, you have a point in what you say. There we go. That's very literal. And translate to Finnish. And it's well, it says "Siinä on perä."
Siinä on perää. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Is it perä? The word I'm looking for.
No, I like maybe, but it has nothing to do with points or.
Okay, you like my perä?
Yes, that is what that means, kinda. Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
I suppose it kind of almost more means that it's supported. Your point is supported.
yeah.
It's kind of what we say.
Whatever. This is off track. What
Imagine us going off track.
Anyway, all I know is I have no idea what any of this means. That's fair. I will stream in Square aspect ratio. You are free to do so. Disclaimer: I don't stream. Yeah, if you want to, like some stream in 2x1. I stream in 16:9 because most screens are that. But you can stream in like any size you want. Stream in 1x1 if you want. And of course some stream in 9x16 because they do portrait mode, or actually 1x2 might also be a thing. I'll stream eventually someday, mostly music composition. That would be interesting. I will help you with that, Remian. Music? Yep, I'm a musician. I play clarinet, soprano, alto, and bass, as well as saxophone, soprano, and tenor. Impressive. What do you mean is impressive? I also dabble with music, if you can call it that. I don't play any instruments. It's all audio samples made into instruments. That is fair. Music is a wide thing. Wide array of things, as long as it's musically, I guess. I used to play piano, but that is the only music I've ever done. I've played some piano. No, never done any study in it. Never learned sheet music. Like, I know how a sheet music works, but I cannot like read like I know a note and how it marks the lengths you play note and the height of the note's position determines the pitch. So I'll know that, but I can't just see a note sheet and actually convert it to actually play on an instrument.
School showed me how to use recorder. But nowadays I mostly just play my face, in my mouth.
A harmonica? I've recently acquired a
another name
djembe drum as well as a gill xylophone from Ghana, expanding on the instruments as well as styles I can play. Combining all the instruments to like an orchestra would be neat. Also learning how to play flute and trumpet. Yeah, I was going... Yeah, you... You found the flute quite interesting, right? With how it works. Add more states. Will the states have towns? If I were to make like a country building game where you can divide up your country into subdivisions, where you could pick what you want the subdivisions to be called, and then you construct your cities within them, and I have no interest in making such a game. But no. What? Wireless nature, I don't know how to read your name. I never learned about how to read your name. Why did you do this? Quote, who knows how many prior weird areas there were. Speaking of weird. And of course Jannertto gives me the bodysuit. You have to give me the bodysuit before. So I have the bodysuits being modified. You silly Jannertto. You weren't the one who did the routine though, but you know.
I guess you just want to be on your underwears then. I get it.
No, I just changed my outfit.
I'll not give you bodysuit then.
No, I meant, shouldn't you redeem the bodysuit first so the middle section of the bodysuit is removed? Isn't that what you like?
Maybe. But that wasn't what I was after today.
Okay, you just want to see Ponpon's curvy body.
It do be curvy though.
Oh. Let's do that.
But it kind of was mostly for the bit.
I changed my outfit, okay? And people looked at me at the same time. It will move now to the side. There you go. Now we can see the whole Ponpon. So, what I could do here is create substates, which I call player face, maybe? I don't know.
Player face.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a good idea.
Face on.
Yeah, you need to put your gamer face on it. It will have the face none. Default face when nothing. When unused, I guess. And then we have startup, I guess, I don't know. Because these could have a bit of more generic terms. So they work for multiple states. So it can be like initial, follow through, I don't know if that's a good name, and what was, oh, I had a term, I forgot about what the term was. Okay, let's call it medial and final. First phase in a multi-phase state. And last phase. Bonk, right in my hand. So this is why I have the change state thing, because now I can change the player face as well. Face, that's actuality, which sets to none. There we go. And I go to change state. I want to go to the function. Please, thank you. And then it does if state, so should I say player state? I don't know what a good practice here is player state over the edge. Then play face is set to initial, because this one is face determined. So whenever it goes to the over the edge, it will always have the player face be initial. I'm a smart bunny. Or something.
Well, you're definitely not stupid.
Thank
I
you.
feel like there are smarter ways to approaching this, but take into account that you have programmed. Well, I suppose I don't know how long you have actually programmed, but you have programmed in this environment for less than a year.
Yeah, something new to this.
Yeah.
I don't think this as a first game. I just want to make it playable. So if it's initial or final,
decided to
what?
go on the easiest premise, but
I mean, it's easy. I'm getting this work. Technically, I don't
or
need
maybe
to
my argument
check
is more so
the else.
that in modern environments there are tools to make other concepts easier than this.
Maybe.
But if you were to actually make a game, this is a relatively simple one to make.
Should I have a change? I should probably, just like have a change state, I should probably have a change face as well. Change face, which is player face, 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 face. There. For sake of consistency. And instead of change state, it change face. And I think I'm not sure if, no, I don't think, did I mention that before, by the way? On the enumerators, or is it enumerators, by the way?
What about it?
They are,
I don't know how to spell them.
yeah, enumerators are integers.
Yes, they are.
They
are neat in that form.
They are good. They are not strings.
And it is even neater because Unity understands them. Well, Unity Editor understands them in a very neat way.
That is also good. So in this case you have the name as basically because this is just text. So you have a text that tells you very clearly what this value is meant to represent. But internally it's just an int, which is very fast for it to process, which is good for performance.
Yep.
Which is also why I changed my code here, because before I did. So basically, when I did this physics check where the cubes are, I did first check if the cube collider was null, which is a slow way of doing it. So instead, because when you do this overlap sphere thing, it does put the number of colliders it has, and then you can just check if it's more than 0. Then it has collided with at least 1, which is a faster check. I'm learning. Player face sounds like player face, which I'm not opposed to. How would you play your face? So do you feel like this is getting easier as you go on? Yes, it does. Or is programming just giving you challenge after challenge? It still gives me challenge. Like, I still haven't figured out how to do this curve thing, but I will figure it out. So when it reaches the destination, if it's in the initial phase, it will go to the medial phase. Otherwise, it will go to the changed state to. What was the question?
Not question, more of a comment that the reason I would personally approach it with kind of cutting it to 2 interpolations is that the sort of ratio of the rotation changes at the middle of the turn.
I do not understand that because I do disagree.
So
I'm going to assume I'm misunderstanding you.
yeah, the ratio does change the whole way, doesn't it? So it doesn't need just a mathematical formula, does
Yeah,
it?
circle is sinus cosinus, so it's...
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is quite fascinating because you have this one that one starts very off, so one starts off very slowly and goes faster and faster and faster until it reaches max speed to, and then the other one is just the inverse of it. It goes really fast and it just slows down as it reaches its final point. And that is the X and Y coordinates as you go over a quarter of the circle.
Yep.
And it is this quarter of a circle I need in a smart way. And it's the smart way that and also I did say like, oh, if I change the state, it's not going to run. Well, if I change the phase, it's still not going to run the other phase until the next update, which I cannot want. So I guess this is correct. So in the end, it does the thing I said I didn't want it to do, ish. But I was kind of fine with it. Anyway, it is irrelevant. Here, anyway, so I could give it the position. So it's going to have move target. The new move target is, what did I say? I could just make this kind of work. It's going to be forward and up. So it will take the transform position and then it will add forward vector, not equals, vector 3 based on the rotation and orientation. Boom. And then if I add the up vector 3 based on orientation, this one does not take rotation. There is no rotation up and down. Then so if I then were to, which this should also be a function. Kinda. If I then just have it move, Because a lot of this is like repeated code. Change face to final. It also needs to change the move target. And the move target now. How do I determine the first move target?
What?
Pizza for Jaded. Otherwise, there's missing one. Because it determines
Pizza fruit from the pizza tree.
Yeah. Do you have a pizza tree?
Nope.
Move target is that plus forward vector 3 with takes rotation and orientation. Oh, I didn't specify. When I said 4, I didn't specify by amount.
Now I'm just
Distance is
weaving this
there.
story about pizza being a Italian. What's it? Italians are hiding the pizza trees and exporting their fruit.
Of course. That makes sense.
Dun, dun, dun.
There we go. So now it will be able to rotate over the edge, but it will do it doesn't do a curve, it does linear. So I just have to change that so it becomes a curve. And then it will be all good. Shaded with the big eyes and a big mouth. What a cute emote you got there, Jaded. Plushies. Posture check. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I should do that. Posture check and hydrate. Okay, let's see if it works. It did work, but it did not move the full distance. I have done a mistake. And also, it has again shifted incorrectly.
What did it? Oh, the rotation, huh?
I fixed the rotation, and now the rotation is messed up again. No, is it by that moment? Okay, let's see if that helps. It fixes its position. Yeah, I fixed so the rotation was correct as it went over the edge, and now it's messed up again. I didn't even change anything. Oh well. Yay! But now it moves too far, it looks like. Oh, never happy pun. Oh no. Wait. No, it didn't. It is the correct position. But it's a very, very, very slightly off. Oh, yeah, it's in the middle. It doesn't look like it's in the middle. Wait. This one is wrong. Wait. have this code here. This one shouldn't be here.
Hmm.
There's the change orientation. That might have been what's messing up my code actually. There's old testing codes. Where's my code that actually? Because I made it so. Oh no. No. Because it does look offset. No, it's correct. It is correct. It should be like that. But why does it not look like it's centered on the cube? Because it's like, okay, yes, that is why. That is why it's not centered on the cube, because that shouldn't be there. There we go. So the only thing I need to fix now is both the curve, but also want the camera to smoothly transition over, not just instantly jump. But I will probably have the cameras transition smoothly across the full turn. To be fair, that's not using the reference. Why did it still move too far? Obviously, that you can't move back. So let's fix that. Let's save. Okay, let's see. Let's see what the new position is. Whoop, whoop. It's still off. What? But I changed it. But I changed my code. Strange. Because it was slightly too far, so I lowered the value, and it's slightly exactly the same amount too far. Did it not compile my new code? No, it looks correct. No? Oh, no, it's too far up instead. So yes, I guess it just didn't compile my code when I did the previous change. Well, that's not confusing at all. Okay, let's revert back again to the value I wanted it to be. And let's start again. Look at that. Now it's correct. Yeah, I just didn't compile my code last time. Maybe you can roll around the edge, but you can't do it further because now I just need to figure out what orientation you get from what when you roll over what. Cool, you got all the experience when it comes to femboys. Do you, Jaded? Okay, so if I were to roll over here, it should go from 0 to 2. And if I roll over here, it should go from 0 to 2. Otherwise, it should go to 4. So let's first change the map to be a single cube. Because then I can test. There we go. A single cube. And you can rotate, and you can go down this side and rotate, and that's it. So now I just have to figure out the tricky part. When you roll over edge, you need to figure out from what to what it will change. And that's going to be fun. Okay, let's do some quick calculations then. That is my circle calculator. Okay, let's actually bring up my document here, which I have here. So I don't need these anymore. I can just dump these values here. So I got the old, I got this one here, so I can reuse. Okay, I should move this. And then, okay, and then you have rotation 0, 90, 180, 270. Now the question is, I should probably do the same as Unity does instead of doing 0 to 360 or 359. It should be from instead of 0 to 360, it should be from minus 180 to plus 180. Is that a good idea, or should I not do it like that?
I'm wondering if there's an actual difference in the end.
It is a difference in the end, and that is the floating point errors. Because the closer to 0 you are, the higher resolution you have. So the difference. So minus 180 and plus 180 have the same resolution, but when you reach the degree 256, you're losing half the resolution up to 260.
Mm-hmm.
So they are doubling the resolution from 250 to 256 to 360 by using those as negative numbers instead. Boom.
I do not know if there is much of an actual difference, but...
Well, that is the actual difference.
Is the player gonna notice that?
No.
So there is no actual difference.
There's a technical difference. However,
there we agree.
Here's the thing, which kind of slightly annoys me. When it comes to degrees, there are 3 ways of doing degrees. You have radians, you have degrees, and you have gons or gradients if you want. I'm not sure if I've ever seen that one being used. I mean, the Swedish military have used gons, but I'm not sure if they still use it. If you're curious what that is a full circle is 400. So a quarter is 100. Instead of it being 90, divided will become 45. The benefit of running 100 is that you can divide it by half twice before you run into decimals. Because a quarter of a quarter is 25 instead of 22.5. And because some software actually refuses to use decimals when it comes to rotation, which is stupid, that would actually give you a slightly higher resolution. But anyway, and then you got to radians, which a full circle is 2 pi. So when you're doing sinus and cosinus in like C#, it's using radians. But when you do rotation, converting it from a vector 3 to a quaternion, it's using degrees. Why not keep it this consistent, or at least give the option to use one or the other? Because there are like rotation where you specify the numbers in radians, and then but you are not supposed to use those because they are deprecated. Like, why not have a proper function for radians? And same thing with sinus and cosinus. Like, and why not have a proper function to use degrees?
They have some plan. I don't know if they themselves know the plan, but I suppose they have some plan.
But yeah.
And I do agree with you. Yes.
But here comes a very interesting thing. Apparently, in Unreal Engine, specifically when you're working with materials or shaders, I guess it's technically shaders. When you use radians, no, when you're using sinus cosinus, it is using neither degrees nor radians nor gons.
Excuse me.
Excuse me, it's using float. Aren't all of those actually using float? Yes, they're using floats. But a full circle in Unreal Engine is 2. So half a pi is in radians, half a pi is 1, and 1.5 pi is 0. Or no, -1 I meant to say. Otherwise it's 0. So therefore in Unreal Engine shader editor, it's half is 1 and 1.5 is -1, and the rest is 0. Well, and obviously I have to transition between them, but I'm talking about obviously 0, 1, and 2. And this is really strange, of course, and I wouldn't recommend using it as a default. However, there is actually a good reason for using that, and the reason why I said before was float. Because floats works in binary. They use halves and quarters and eighths and so on. So having this sequence being 2 means half the sequence is 1, and the peak of 1 is a half. This perfectly fits into, so you can specify the peak as a half. That is a valid value. You cannot specify half a pi or a pi. You cannot specify the full circles in radians in floats. It doesn't support those numbers. You can do that in degrees, but the problem is with degrees, as I mentioned before, it doesn't really, because when you move up to 180 degrees, so like you're wasting 180 up to 255, which has the same resolution from 180 down to, no, it's 128 is the when it's lowest resolution, and then after 255 lowers the resolution even further. But like from 64 up to 100, no wait, 200, yeah, it's from 278 to 180, you get lower resolution. But now from 180 to, for some reason I was also 180 to 256 or 255 is wasted space. But anyway, this is why whenever I work with floats, I try to stick to binary, as in power of 2s. So I make these cubes are 1 unit when I made the and stuff, or like I use half a unit or 2 units in width of a cube. Oh, do not use like 3 units or 10 units, because now you're not using floats anymore. Well, you're using float, but you're not utilizing the floats to its efficiency. I'm very nerdy, okay?
I can see.
So my point is, whenever you use sinus, cosinus, as well as other forms of these functions, rotation or vector to quaternion, you should have the options for radians, degrees, as well as whatever the last one should call, float. That would be confusing. Call it, I don't know, what would you call that one? Because it's still a good one, because you're maximizing the efficiency of a float.
Why do I now feel that Unreal is not gonna let anyone else use that standard?
I don't think they can say that, because it's such a basic concept of mathematics. Like it's like copywriting pi. It's like copywriting a number, but technically numbers are copyrighted, but then they are huge.
Yeah, I just mean that the
Can't
whole
just-
circle is too float.
I don't think you can copyright a full circle as a value of 2. If
Value
so,
of 2 float. You might.
no,
I don't.
I would highly. If anyone tries to copyright art or trademark it or any way in that sense, that really needs to be contested. That cannot be allowed.
I'm pretty sure we could say that about a lot of things
Yeah,
that
I mean,
have
yeah.
already been copyrighted.
But that is such a core thing, like copyrighting the didactic full value of a full circle.
It is an engineering solution, which is why I
I
tend
guess
to believe that there is a case there.
I guess it could be a case. But now I talked about it on my stream, so now we can use this model for why they shouldn't.
I mean, I just personally feel that Epic is a very greedy company.
I mean, yeah, so is Unity. I mean, I'm not saying specifically.
I don't disagree that they're a greedy company. I'm sort of greedy company.
And EA.
Because companies are greedy.
Yeah.
But then there's this subclass of companies that are greedy companies that go beyond the necessary bullshit.
Yeah, you mean like Unity?
I don't know if it's greed or the fact that they just don't get money to compete with Epic.
I mean, Epic has all the
That's
stupid
the problem here, why I don't
stuff.
necessarily call them greedy company.
I mean, both have done it for greed. But I mean,
Yeah, but here's the sort of issue I have. Okay, Unity is greedy company, okay? But Epic has other revenue sources. Fortnite, for example. How is Unity gonna compete with one of the most revenue-heavy games?
I mean,
there
if they
is?
want to, they can just make their own revenue.
Yeah, that's gonna happen, yeah.
I don't know what they will make.
It's one of those things that are kind of... It's not something you make, it's one of dozens of things you make that maybe happen to catch the eye of people.
I think what you have to do is make, like, if I'm trying to see what does like Fortnite do that other games don't, like, I would say is you make a game that is free to play. That's very easy to get to make it, to have a big chance of getting popular. Then you don't implement loot boxes.
Yeah, they just do battle passes instead.
Yeah, because I don't know how Fortnite works actually. Because I haven't heard about loot boxes.
They have seasonal battle passes where you buy to access certain tiers. As for what I have heard, I don't think this is truly the case, but Fortnite might have been where the battle passes originally came from. I think I disagree with that case, but this is one thing I have heard. And battle passes function in such a manner that you have the free tier, the stuff you get from just playing the game. There's usually nothing fancy there. But then you have the pay-to-access portion that gives you skins and other random cosmetic stuff and whatnot.
Yeah.
There's Fortnite's revenue source.
Well, my point was then... So, you don't, like... You take... Because I don't know about Fortnite. For some reason, I have decided that Fortnite doesn't have loot boxes. Instead, you have money and you just buy the stuff you want outright.
Technically, you're correct. Only you need to grind hell of a ton for that.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about what actually works here. So no loot boxes, and you earn money that you spend, but you pay. You can also pay real money to just get this in-game money quicker. Of course,
passes are specifically premium things, and I don't think the game even has. Does it have a normal currency? I don't remember if it has in-game currency.
Well, it has V-Bucks.
That's the premium currency.
Yeah. And
that's
as far as I know, it's the only currency it has.
Okay, then it only has premium currency.
Well,
that you might be able to earn, but I presume in rather slow pace.
Yeah. And then all the things you buy are cosmetics only, so you don't buy anything that affects your gameplay.
Yeah.
And then you make sure that and then you don't have ads. Fortnite doesn't have ads, right? Like, it doesn't interrupt your gameplay with an ad.
I don't think even the Pwn thing has ads, so... I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if there were ads on the, like, shop screens and whatnot.
But yeah, they, like, show stuff like, here are new products we have, and they, like, work with other companies. Which does not fall under the legal definition of an ad.
Unless you're on YouTube.
No.
Or Twitch.
No. If I say that next week I'm going to stream on Friday a race in Crash 4, and that's going to be very exciting, and I hope everyone shows up for that. But that is not an ad.
Okay.
Because I'm just promoting my own content.
If someone has paid you to play Crash 4 then, or given you that game,
that
if
would
they are
be
in cahoots with the
sponsorship.
Yes,
think
and if you don't declare those,
well, that's a different. Okay, but that's not an. Yeah, but it's not. It doesn't fall under ads.
I would argue it's an ad of a sort, but you are correct.
Yeah, that's why I say legal definition for a reason.
Yeah, fair enough.
Cord, you can buy blue balls in that game. Ooh, I'll be here for that race. Yeah, it's gonna be exciting. Finally playing Crash 4 in a race. So yeah, my point is basically only cosmetic upgrades. So nothing that gives you an advantage playing buying with real money. No loot boxes. You just buy outright what you want, but you have to pay with real money, of course. But you have to, yeah, it's super premium currency. And
how famous gacha games are sort of makes me disagree with that.
I mean, yeah, but this is a lot successful. This seems to still be successful. And then you also make sure you have like make it family friendly, so you get all audiences, all ages to play the game. You
almost should make it child.
Yeah, I mean, the more child friendly it is.
Then again, these days that might not.
This, like, Fortnite itself has a very childlike aesthetic to it. Pont loot box and a pair of boy shorts. I mean, yeah. I have a loot box. It's the fruit.
Wolf, how are you today?
Wolf, we're not shared chat, so I can't see your chat.
Nothing has happened there, so you're not losing much.
Okay.
Well, now you are losing Wolf, and Wolf has happened there, but beyond that, nothing has happened there. I'm a bit tired and considering ending the stream soon, to be honest. I've been doing some stuff.
Ponopon has been talking Jannertto to yourself.
So I can build my turrets, and then I have to click them.
As
The UI needs to work. Yes.
But you're
The
making
upgrade
progress in
button
your game
doesn't
too.
appear for some reason. What? Yep.
Nice. I've been working while I was talking. Anyway,
As I have had to try and concentrate on what you have been talking about, yes, I have been working on it.
90, 180, minus 90, 0. Okay, so...
But today has been nice. I went to help build, well, deconstruct and build my brother's roof earlier today.
There we go, I figured out. Now it goes from minus 180 to plus 180. Oh, it's gonna be good. Oh, it's gonna be good, I don't know. Judas Priest version. Chuckberry and Judas Priest. So, now to figure out how the rotate thing works. Or rather, so if I were to go forward here, it goes to orientation 2. And in 90, that will be 1. And this will be 4, and it's 3. Should I set that up so I should kind of like have some kind of like public int get orientation update's gonna be good in marching band. Shame that version isn't here. No, that's really not that it's really available anywhere, so there's yeah, getting the Orimian marching band version. Get orientation. Wait, what should I call this one? Because it's specifically the one, if you go over an edge, what will the new orientation be? can answer over. Nice. Because then we have a name that's really useful because it takes a float, rotation, and int orientation. So get new orientation. I can't think of a name. I guess it will be a double switch.
I think I'll head off to rest now.
Yeah. You have a lovely rest.
Thanks. You have a good stream and a good weekend, Ponpon.
Yeah, I'll continue. Oh, I'm messing up here. I will.
Well, best of luck with you messing around.
Yeah. Bye, Jannertto. Have fun with whatever you're going to do after this.
Bye, Ponpon. Thank you, and same to you.
Yes, thank you. Jannertto has left the call. Look at all these VIP points Jannertto has acquired. 18. I wonder if this is the same Johnny who won a fiddle contest in Georgia against the devil. No idea. Assume not. Was that guy named Johnny? I wonder which song came first. Could be a reference. 16 points today, what do you mean? So this will be 3, 2, 1, 4, and 0 just as a catch-all there. This one will just return 0. I'll set all to return 0 for now. Sounds a bit different. And here it says change orientation, but now we need to get the orientation from rotation and orientation. There we go. Now I should be able to move from the top side to any of the other 4 sides. I cannot move back because that code is not done yet. But I can utilize this to move over to side 1. Johnny roasting up your bow and play your fiddle hard, cause hell's broke loose in Georgia and the devil deals the cards. And if you win, you get this fiddle made of gold. But if you lose, the all gets your soul. I mean... is it worth it? Boop. This looks weird. Why did it... Why did the angled bolts suddenly change? Why did it switch orientation again? Oh. Oh, that's why. This code's delay here. only if it's the initial phase. So, good. Good, I get this tested. Because it changed the orientation again after it had reached its destination, which is wrong. Should only change it the first time. Okay, now. There we go. Perfect. It is working. So, now I need to figure out what is what. So, I need to figure out. So if I go here, so on this one, I'm side 1 now. If I go -90, I'll go back from where I came. 0, I will go over to side 2. Here I will go to side 5. And this is side 4. So if I restart these, I can now figure out what 2 should be. And then see, as you can see, if I can get a formula out of this. So I move here now on side 2. That means that if I continue forward, because its rotation should... oh, what is going on? What is it? Change mode. So rotation is 0. So if I go to 4, I'm gonna go to side 5. Here I'll go to side. So this is 1, 2, 3. Here I will to side 1, and this is side 1. And here I will go back to side 0. I'm making sense of this. Cold. Trans flag and bouncing. Mixing it up now. 16 points. Okay, we're not first place secured. Let's now move to side 3. Which is this side. Here's where I need to click. So it's -90 now, so that's where I start, because I start on -90. So if I continue forward, I will end up side 5. Here is to side 2. Back to side 0. And this is side 4. Good so far. And now side 4. I cannot test side 5 for now, because I cannot reach it as of now. There's one more issue, and you will see it after I implement it. Let's rotate and go down to side 4. It says 4 here. And let's go back to -90. This will move it over to side 3. 0. This is 1, and then 5. Is there any form of pattern to this? No. I cannot see it. I hope I didn't minimize this. I didn't show you any of that. Well, you could kind of see it on the side. Well, sorry about that. So here it is. I wonder if I can make this more compact. So 4, 3, 2, and 1 has been figured out so far. Well, yeah, I'm going to make this compact because I want to see if there's some kind of formula I can make out of this. So I don't have to just hard code all the numbers. Side 2 is 3, 5, 1, 0. 3 is 5, 2, 0, 4. And 4 is 3, 0, 1, 5. That's interesting that some of those lines up. Now, so what I have made is that 0 because the zero, and here's the issue when it comes to rolling a cube. The zero direction is where the ball is. The ball is. Why did it stop the game? I'm trying to play the game here. The zero direction is forward. And forward is into the distance where the ball is starting off facing towards. As we can see, the direction here says, the rotation says 0. So, and if I move forward, 0 is down. Huh. I guess you couldn't reverse. Actually, you can reverse. I just need to put the correct value here. Because the correct reverse...
No, not really.
Stand still. Forward. Go right. Why I press. Okay, I probably have to have a value that says if it goes forward or backwards. Basically bool that says reverse. And then all it does here is because it says input backwards here. It creates a rotation there, but I don't need to do that. What I can do I could just have rotation and rotation reverse, which is just the reverse of it. So whenever it rotates, it just updates what the reverse is. I think that's almost an easier way of doing it. So it just sets reverse to -90. And also this should be floats. Otherwise it needs to do a bunch of conversions from float to integer to figure this stuff out. Didn't want to do that. Let's correct these. There we go. I'm missing one there. So for 180 it's 0, for -90 it's +90, for 0 it's 180. Yeah, I need to simplify this code here. The code is a bit redundant. And then if input is backward, we just do reverse true. But then it needs to... No, this might be enough. And it sets else all false. And I don't need that one because instead I just use rotation reverse instead of direction rotation. This. Wait, which one? Oh, Let's delete this completely. There you go, now I got an error, which I should have. So all I do then is take the reverse here where it came an error, and then I say reverse is false, and then use rotation, otherwise rotation reverse. A bit clunky, but good. Oh man, if the addresses flew up, oh my, what a question, Pon. Okay, maybe this isn't a smart way of doing it. Because as I said, it is a bit clunky having to write this every time. So instead, let's have like active rotation active, let's call it that. And then we don't need these. And all we do here, we also don't need reverse anymore. And if this so normally it's rotation active is rotation, but if you're reversing, rotation active is rotation active plus rotation plus like this. And instead of rotation reverse, use rotation active. I feel like there should be rotation moving. Like that. But problem is that this could, and I need to be like, if it's higher, like that. And then I'll use rotation moving because that is actually the direction we're going in. So let's select this one. Yeah, whatever it says rotation, it should be rotation moving. So we got get those. I don't care about the here. Get the orientation here, here, and here. That should hopefully fix it. All this for reversing. The reversing should work now, because you just should flip the axis of movement. It does not flip the axis of the camera. Because I do want reversing. Whoop, whoop. There we go. Now we can. Now it works. Way. So anyway, so I was going to say before that happened. The ball is currently in 0 rotation, so if we move forward, it's still in 0 rotation and points down. Now, if we go to this side, 0 rotation is in the same direction as the top of the top of the ball, and if I go to this side, zero rotation is upwards. So, and all these rotations are adjusted according to the top side. So the issue becomes when you go to this side, move here, and then switch side, and now it's all messed up. The ball should obviously not be in this location. And that is because when it points forward with a zero direction and rolls here, and as soon as it changes direction, it should still point this way along this one, but the zero rotation is downwards on this side. So when it goes over an edge, I also need to recalculate what direction it should face. So the rotation also needs to change. But let's see. I first need to check if the when I get to side 5 here. See, that didn't work. Maybe I need to fix the rotation thing first. Okay, let's see if I can. There we go. Now on side, on other side. Oh, I'm glad that this is working so well. So let's reset the view. There we go. Which way is it actually facing? It's facing that way. So -5 will go up to the one side. Because I'm still not done with this, by the way. 0 will go up on the 2 side. And this will go to 3 and this will go to 4. Okay. So let's plug in the last numbers. And can we make sense of these? One, 2, 3, 4. Can we, out of all these numbers, I figured out I do have a table here. I'm not show it. I could show it. Let me make sure I'm showing the correct window. Da, da, da. No, here's the table. Beautiful. So, according to this table, where it says old is the old orientation, and at the top where it says rotate is the angle you're facing, and the number in this table is what the new orientation becomes. So can I, without having to do a two-dimensional either a two-dimensional array or a two-dimensional switch setup, can I mathematically calculate what the new orientation should be? Unfortunately, on Monday I have a clarinet alto saxophone duet book arriving. Unfortunately, because it's after the weekend and I'll have to wait until next weekend to practice the songs. I can play alto saxophone parts and alto clarinets there, but well, yeah, the shame it's arrives on Monday. If only, well, that's a shame. But can we see my, because the values I have are the rotation numbers and the orientation numbers. If I divide these by 90, these become, by the way, -1, 0, 1, 2. If divided by 90. So I could also utilize that to create a formula. So Is there any mathematical formula that is not overly complex that can give us these numbers? I can probably look at what number is popular in certain of these. For example, 0 degrees gives 2, 2, 2, 2, and I noticed that due to my... And for the 180 degrees, that gives you 4, 4, 4, 4. So I could simplify the code. Oh yeah, I can't show the code because this is the window I used to code for. So I could say, like, if it's those directions, it's going to be those orientation, unless it's orientation 2 or 4. Which are the 2 and 4. Other repeated numbers is 1, 1, 1, 3, 3, 3, 3. Yay, rotation chart, yay! So how do I write this? Is this Sudoku? Sudoku, let me see. No. Well, it is a puzzle to be solved, that's for sure. So I can clear. So I think it's better to create a rotation first and specify it as 3, 2, 1, 4, because those are the most popular numbers here. Old, yep, that's what it says. That is the old orientation it bases it on. And then I just have to do a switch orientation on top of that, where I type the numbers that are exceptions, which are case 1, 3, and 5 for the first one. So it will by default return 3, but it will for these return 0, 5, and 1. So if I were to switch back to here, I'm setting it up like this instead. I'm reversing it. Okay, so for 0, that should just be 2 and 4. And 4. 2 will be 5, 4 will be 0, and this is 2. Here 1 is 5, 0 is 3, this is 1, and here is 0, 5, 4, which is kind of interesting like that. And yeah, so this code, this whole code here, which is this big, how many lines is this? This is 8 to 9 lines as per reduced to this code, which is still a significant number of lines. But it's only 49 lines. So I managed to cut 40 lines, almost halving the length of the code. And it should do exactly the same. But I wish I could shorten it more, because yeah. But I don't think I can. I mean, for this one, I could do crazy. It's like this will be silly to do, but technically I could. I could return 4. No, wait. Yes, it does work. Minus, or no, it doesn't work. No. You know it. You know what I tried to do there. Old. That was the thing that Orimian focused on. Although alto clarinet can play alto saxophone music, alto saxophone can't always play alto clarinet music. Alto saxophone can only play as low as Rosin A sharp, or alto clarinet can play as low as E flat. A full semitones lower. A full 7 semitones lower. There we go. I should probably read all the words. Also, is my code still broken, by the way, with the rotation thingy? Do. Yes, it is. The rotation is still broken. When it switches crazy like this, it's nothing you will notice, but yeah. I don't know why it's. I spent so long fixing it, and then like, it broke again. And my bass clarinet can play on low on the written C, which is an additional C semitone below written E flat. Pawn B flat. Yep. Okay, how? Now fun when it's flat. Oh yeah, I think I tried to calculate this. I got a chart for this. Okay. Which again have a whole thing, but it's only certain ones that need to rotate. So let's insert it here. So this one will return load, and it will get corrected rotation. So it gets rotation, and then it needs the old orientation, new orientation. Return. It doesn't have an error. In short, saxophones feel a bit claustrophobic compared to clarinets. Yeah, that's the way to how to put it. Like when you try to being forced to speak a language that you don't fully master it, and you feel claustrophobic because you can't express the things you want to express. Is another such feeling. Such as when I started speaking English, I got claustrophobia is only used as a where I felt like the array of sounds I could make, it was much stricter, but I have learned more about English, and I can actually Because the range I speak in Swedish is much larger than in English, at least before. But I have since expanded my pronunciation, the sounds I use in English. So I'm using more of the range I can do in Swedish. But I still don't match. There are still sounds in Swedish I don't do in English still. Quote, of course, coach, she wants to see my panties. Yeah. Shrug. Football would not shrug to a pervert. So. I get corrected rotation. I could insert rotation or I could like skip the rotation. That works too. So I create a switch. Okay, let's see which direction do I want the switch to go in? From new to old to new. I don't think that matters because it is very symmetrical. So I might not even need a switch for this. Because I could probably just do if statements like if old orientation new orientation. Okay, first off I need is there a mass normalize or do I take a rotation and then type no, yes, it's not. Maybe I create my own function and public static vector 3 no load normalize, just type it the way they type it, rotation load rotation return rotation, and then with the like coaching. I wish coaching was there. Do I? I meant. Oh, I did see Coach's stream. I did show up a bit, but I couldn't see much of his gameplay because I was so tired. I was sleeping. I wonder what Coach is up to. It is Marshall Silver. He got a tomato. You got 3 of them now. What are you up to? Howdy, Marshall. Yeah. Do do do. Yeah, I think the most efficient way is just to if the angle is larger than 80. No, not the angle, but the rotation. What am I typing? A returns rotation minus 180 float. Else if rotation is smaller or equal to 180 float. Because I don't use the negative, I use the positive one. Then you return rotation plus 180 float. Else I return it as is. Of course, it does not take into consideration if it's because if it's 360, it's going to lower to 180. But if it's 720, it's actually only going to lower to 360 first step and then to. But I think that's fine. So here I can utilize these. Okay, it's part of my maths library. Therefore, I don't need that. And I don't need that. I only need a range. This is what I'm complaining about. Oh. There we go. It's a bit short now. Hello, hello. Got an alt to Colorado this week. Ooh. I mean, you talked about me. So he point. I'm just being silly. I like being silly. And then I had a code here. There. Rotation is this, and I just add normalized rotation on top of it. Boom, and then I don't need that code. And then I also utilize it here when we try to figure out this stuff. So return. Therefore, I should take the rotation because it's probably better to do it this way. Rotation plus whatever I need. So let's. Todd is here and lurking. So.
Holy fuck, this like no.
If all orientation is equal to 0 or new orientation is equal to 0, it doesn't matter which it is. Then, if all orientation equals 5 or new orientation equals 5, therefore it adds 180. Else, it just returns the rotation as it. No changes needed. Like that. And get corrected rotation. So if I then add it to my Go Edge code, so it should. I just change orientation code. Like that, and then I do a rotation. Get corrected rotation. We should do insert rotation. And then change orientation, get new orientation. So it's a new, so I just need the old orientation, so we need that like int old orientation. I set the old orientation to what the orientation is point, changing the orientation, and I use the old orientation and the new orientation. And then I correct the rotation. Hopefully this works. This is the initial test. And because if that works, then I just have to check all the other ones, which is two orientations 1 through 4. So if it's not 0 or 5, it's not. I should probably have checked both 0 and 5 actually. Well, let's check 0 first, and then I'll check 5 second. And if it's neither of those, then the rest is going to be some kind of messy code. So if I now move forward, still not working. Why didn't you? We went for no. Of course that's not working. You can't go between 0 and 5. What am I talking about? What am I talking about? I don't even need that code. I should probably mark these as impossible to go through, so I don't need to take those into consideration. 4 can't, so 1 can't go to 3, 3 can't go to 1, 2 can't get to 4, and 4 can't get to 2. So those are impossible, first and second. So all of these. Same thing with the ones. So I only need to care about that cluster. So how about we mark those in bold so I can see them better. So let's go back to orientation correction code thingy. So if the old orientation actually, if the old orientation is 0 or 5, or if the new orientation is 0, 5, it just returns the value as it is. It doesn't do anything. But it is every other case we have to care about. So and it doesn't seem to be much of a pattern here. So from 1, can go to 2 and 4, and the first one is minus 90 and the second one is plus 90. But if it's 2, first one is plus 90, the second one is minus 90. Thinking if I could make a formula of this, where I take like bonk plushie, and by formula I mean like so we care about these and these. If I take the old minus the new, for example, so are you standing on a mountain of plushies with how many are thrown at you? I guess. At this point, probably. At this point, actually, this actually works. Assuming this calculation is correct. So if I take int a result, and then I take old orientation minus new orientation, and then do a switch on the result. And I put case minus 3. And it adds 90. Oh yeah, it needs the maths normalize rotation when it returns that. And then we have minus 1, 1, and 3. So minus 1 is minus, plus, minus, plus, minus, like that. By default, which shouldn't happen, it just returns rotation. So cannot fall out to switch from the final case by default. What do you mean? Oh, return. Forgot the keyword. There we go. That should hopefully work. No, she's a bird underneath them. Oh no, she's gonna be squished. I would like to be squished by a large number of plushies. I should go with Orimian and buy a large number of plushies. Like the this, like small but like a bit larger, and then buy like this one. Oh, pun. And skirts, and dress them all up. Oh, it kind of works, but it doesn't do the rotation in the correct order here. It's close to it. Got the correct rotation, but it. Oh. When it does the rotation, I need to figure out it still follows the. It doesn't update the rotation moving. Right. So I guess I need a bool for reverse after all. I guess. So let's. Come on, what is it doing now? Okay, now it's messing up. Delete a bunch of stuff I typed. Boop, reverse, true. Otherwise, reverse, false. And then rotation moving, I just run my own function, which is update rotation moving. That's the function. Update rotation moving. And then I go down here to like the bottom, and then private void update rotation moving, doesn't take any arguments, and then rotation moving is, well, I need to check if reverse, which typically often going forward, to reverse will be false most of the time. So just let's do that. I don't need to do that thing. Okay. There. Now, with this, I can now just call whenever I do the rotation correction here. Because again, I'm correcting the rotation, which I do have to correct. But because I updated the rotation, I then need to update the rotation it moves along. Oh, that makes sense. That's a plane. Add code. I want to be squished under a large amount of plushies. Why? That is a good quote. Don't you want to quote the part where I said I want to put panties on my plushies? I'm going to add something like that. I forgot to mark the line ending there. That was a bit silly of me. Now, there's still an error. Cannot implicitly convert void. Okay, where's the 12? Oh, he's here. Oh, yeah, I'm not. I don't actually. This function doesn't output anything. I just do this. I just run the function and it deals with everything for me. Silly me. Can't convert void to float. No, you don't say. Void is nothing. You can't convert it to something. That makes no sense. I mean, technically you could argue that it should return 0, or in this case for a float, which actually can store a not a number, should store it as not a number. What is going on here? Is someone drawing my panties again? Anyway, now we can rotate, and you can rotate. Look at this. Whoa, that didn't work. That didn't work. Huh. Bonk. Okay, that works. This works. That works. Okay, but it was going forward. Okay, something's weird now. I gotta face 2 directions. Something's wrong with my code. Oh, I know what's wrong. And this is why a lot of things goes wrong. No? Oh, no. It should be 360 degrees. Yeah, this code was wrong. The code that was supposed to fix the angles was wrong, so it messed up the angles. Do answer over. That was the mess up the angles code. Everyone needs mess up the angles code. function. I messed up my code. Oh well. Whatever. Okay, now. Boop, 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 boop. Now it behaves correctly. So maybe it will work now. Yeah. Whee. That doesn't work. This is that one that bugs out. Because that is the one I ignore. So I need to fix that one. So it is... This is the wrong script. It's here. But specifically when it goes from... So it's... I said I'm ignoring 2 and 5, but I cannot. 2 and 4 should still invert when I go to 5. To and from 5, they should still invert. So if it's 0, it doesn't have to do anything. And then if it is 5, if I reach 5, then it has to check if either is 2 or 4. How do I do that in the best way? Otherwise it just... If it's 2 or 4... Then it adds 180 degrees to it. And I think that's it. I think the rotation thing should work now. I still have to figure out why the ball's rotation is still getting messed up. Because I did fix it. And then it started breaking again. But as soon as I'm done with this, I don't have to mess around with the ball anymore. I do still have to fix the jump. And also have to fix climb up well. And also have to fix the camera. So there's a little few things to fix. But I mean I'm still glad what I'm being able to do. Yeah, now you can spin around this way. Whee! And you can spin around this way. And you can also spin around this way. Whee! And you can also go reverse because the reverse is still going forward. It does the exact same code as if you reverse, it does run the exact same code as if you go forward. It is just not rotating the camera when you're doing it. Whee! So yeah, so now this works perfectly fine. It does all the angle correction and everything. So if you were to go here, and if I select the ball, and if you check this rotation here, you're going to see that it constantly changes which rotation you're facing. Whee! So now I just need the I don't know why it stutters as you go over the edge. That doesn't make sense to me, but you got the ball rolling, literally, yeah. But it all works. It works. The ball thing there, yeah. Quote, I didn't try to insult Kafka. Kafka is cute, adorable, and gets really embarrassed about paintings. Although I do have to make food. Should probably stop now. Make some food. Get something to eat. But I'm really happy with what I've been able to achieve so far. Okay. Let's go to the end screen. Did we have Friday? The last race. The last race that is playing at least. Oh, 8 points. How am I still second? Because the person in third who's trying to get second place, being Todd, is not doing a good job at collecting points. So that's why you're still in second. You are the second most active person out of people who can get VIP. Obviously, Orimin is quite active too, but Orimin cannot get VIP. Orimin is more than a VIP. Should we... We could visit Marshall Silver, but it wasn't that long ago we were there last. I mean, it was 43 days ago, which is a long time, but I mean, it's been longer since we were at Malaysia, for example, which was 56 days ago. And it was even longer ago when we were at Heidi's Happy Hideaway, which was 149 days ago. But we could also argue that I often don't get the opportunity to trade Marshall Silver. So I could utilize that as my excuse for going there. But I will just go and eat something or make food because I'm very hungry at the moment. So how long does Pon stream for? Until she's hungry. I'm hungry. But how long does Pon stream for? Until she's hungry. I'm kinda hungry. Why can't Orimin get VIP? Because Orimin is a moderator. Moderators cannot have VIP. Taking up the sword means giving up the badge of VIP. Yeah. It's sword or diamond, you can't have both. Can't be too greedy now, can you? Marshall Silver, let's go. I don't have anything else to say. Next week, we're going to race Crash Bandicoot 4 and I hope people are here for it. Because it's going to be the most epic race of all time. Because crazy things can happen in that. Like if you're watching this Crash streams we've done, like Crash, because we play Crash 1 through 4, 1 through 3, it's Stamp usually wins. I won a few of them if it's Crash, like Crash 1, PS1, but Crash usually wins with me not too far behind, and then there's a significant gap, and then there's like Ash and Sirius. I think they vary who comes first, but they come third and fourth. But for the Crash 4, I think Ash has a good chance of winning. And that would be quite fun to see, like Ash winning every stamp in a Crash game. Because I haven't seen it happen yet. Well, maybe I have. So anyway, well, technically yes. So who is the biggest VIP? Is it Mechanical? Yes, Mechanical is the biggest VIP, but Cole has the most points, if that's what you're actually after. Let's go. It's Rabbit stampeding. Rabbit